Powerlifting is a sport composed by three main disciplines called lifts. They are, in order, squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. Each athlete has 3 attempts with 1 minute per attempt
to start the lift.
There are 3 referees, and each of them give a white light in case of a good lift and a red light in case of a no lift.
The athletes are separated per weight, age and sex category. The sum of each of the best attempts per lift builds the total, and the athlete with the bigger total is the winner. In case of a draw, the lighter lifter wins.
The squat is the first movement of the competition. On that lift, the use of the legs and the back is extremely important. Once the athlete stands erect with his knees locked and the bar on his back, the central referee gives the squat command. The lifter then bends his knees and lowers his body until the top surface of the legs at the hip joint are lower than the top surface of his knees. He then comes back up, locking his knees and hips in order to complete the lift. The central referee will then give the rack command, and the athlete has to put the bar on the squat rack. There are 3 main mistakes to avoid in order to not have a no lift on the squat. First, if the athlete isn't standing erect with his knees locked at the beginning and at the end of the squat event. Second, if the proper competition depth isn't reached at the bottom of the movement. Third, if the athlete doesn't complete the lift with a single upward movement, meaning if the bar goes down during the ascent of the movement.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 IPF World Classic and Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. I'm Amelia Potter, and today we have the last equipped session of the championships. We will be having the 120 and 120 plus sub-juniors and juniors. It will consist of 2 flights, all of the 120s from both age groups in the first flight, followed by the rest of the 120 plus in the sub-junior and junior. You can see the running order as we have it on the screen. And as you can see there, we have some hefty openers there, the heaviest being 370 kilos from Yi Chu Wu of the Chinese Taipei. And we prepare now to load the bar for our first lifter. We have David Sferl of Romania opening on 215 kilos. Just a reminder, these are all the 120 kilo weight category, but we will be jumping in between the junior and sub-junior. If you want to know which they land in, it will say right above their name to the left on the graphic on screen. David opening on his current squat PB. Nice and deep, but did he lose tension in the hole? It looks like it. And unfortunately, just jumped into the hole a bit too aggressively, lost tension and struggled to stand it up. It's a pretty hard position to squat from anyway with your feet so wide. So hopefully he can make small adjustments there on his second, maybe a little bit more controlled on the way down. But he has 2 more attempts to get a squat in. We now have Gratian Pieper of Poland opening on 235 kilos. Very nice there. Nice and controlled until just above parallel. Dips into the hole to reach depth and stands it up nice and strong. And it is a good lift.
Monish Chakravarti from India, 18 years young, 4 years in competition, and the bar is loaded for Chakravarti Monish, India, 235 kilo.
We now have
Followed by
Monish Chakrawarti
Meghanyan
of
and
India,
Hilly.
235 kilos. A little bit of work there on the way up, but manages to stand it up. And it is a good lift. It's important to make sure that your opener is something that you know, at least strength-wise, can't go wrong. Because if there is a technical issue, you're going to have to do it 2, maybe 3 times.
The bar is loaded from Meghanyan USA, 70 years young, 4 years competing, and his personal best is 285. Followed by Hilly and Lusha.
We now have Cale McDaniel of the United States opening on 255 kilos. Nice, easy looking opener there for Cale. And 3 white lights, a good lift. A lot of Americans here in the crowd today to support their fellow teammates.
4 years in competition, and his personal best is 225. So this is the new personal best for Helin Santeri.
We have Santeri Halen of Finland opening on 275 kilos. Paused in the hole there for a really long time. Not sure if he was waiting for his coach to tell him to stand. Unfortunately, it's 2 to 1, a no lift. He gets called for downwards movement, I believe. He sits in the hole. Yeah, and as he just goes to go up, he comes back down ever so slightly. But in the squat, bench, and deadlift, you have to continuously move the bar in an upwards direction. It can stop. It can even go up one side at a time, but it cannot go down. We have Chandler Loisha of the United States now, 282.5 kilos. Will he be the first 120 to get his opener in? I hope so. In the juniors, of course. Nice looking opener there. And it is a good lift. We expected nothing else.
This is 5 kilo below his personal best, 22 years young, and 8 years competing. So just 5 kilo below his personal best. And the bar is loaded for Proman Justin, South Africa, 300 kilo.
We have Justin Furman of South Africa opening on 300 kilos. Stands it up nice and tall.
Good. Let's see what the referee say.
And it is a good lift. He continued moving down towards the hole until he heard his coach shout up. That way he knew exactly where it was deep enough and didn't risk cutting it high.
30. So 15 kilo away from his personal best. And the bar is loaded for Sundar NS Shyam, India.
We now have Shyam Sundar of India opening on 315 kilos. We've had a really good success rate from the Indian team here in the equipped. Can he follow in his teammates' footsteps? A little bit difficult on the way up there, but he stands it up nice and tall, but unfortunately it wasn't deep enough. He throws his head back in frustration. Let's see that in the replay here. And yeah, I think that was just shy of depth there. As we get to these heavier weight classes, especially the 120s and 120 pluses, depth is ever so much harder to tell. We are looking for the hip joint, hip crease to be below the top of the knee. We reach depth. Mark Dozenko of Ukraine opening on 330 kilos. The Ukrainian team also putting out a fantastic performance here in the equipped sub-junior and junior powerlifting championships. Nice sturdy looking opener and a good lift.
22 years young, 8 years in competition, and the bar is loaded for Golinai Dimitri, Ukraine. His personal best is 265. Followed by Chepina and
We have Dmitry Holinai of Ukraine opening on 330 kilos. Dmitry been competing since he was a sub-junior, now in his penultimate year of the juniors. Nice, easy looking opener from Dmitry. And it is a good lift, a great way to start the competition. It is always worth opening with something somewhat conservative and making a bigger jump from there.
the bar is loaded for Chepina Vasily, Kazakhstan, 350 kilo, followed by Wu Chi, Chu, and Stefan.
We have Vasily Chabina of Kazakhstan, 350 kilos. Stands it up nice and strong, but unfortunately not quite deep enough. The side referee is just not happy there with depth, and let's have a look at that in the replay. Yeah, unfortunately, cuts it high. And if that's how a lifter is used to training, then it's a very difficult thing to suddenly change on competition day. And that's why it's so important that you lift to competition standards in training. We now have our heaviest opener of this session, Yi Chu Wu of Chinese Taipei, 370 kilos. This is an absolutely gargantuan opening attempt. World record stands at 415 kilos. Wow, and he has an immense amount of strength looking by that opener, but I was a little concerned with the depth, and unfortunately it's 2-1. This is the side he gets the white from, but I can see the jury shaking their head, saying, I'm sorry, we're not overturning that. It is not deep enough. And as you can see on screen here, as we move through to the second attempts, there are 7 lifters yet to get a squat in on the board, which puts them in a very precarious situation heading into second attempts. First up, we have David Svel of Romania, retaking 215 kilos. He just sunk it too hard the first time and couldn't get the strength out the hole. Let's see if he can control it a little bit better on the way down now. Who unfortunately just loses balance, and it was after he got the squat command. So unfortunately is a no lift. Now that's a really difficult position to be in heading into the third attempt. Perhaps his knee wraps were too tight and he was just unable to keep balance. Yeah, he had just got the start command before he started wobbling, unfortunately. So it is a no lift. He has one more attempt at that on his thirds. We have Monish Chakravarti of India jumping 5 kilos to 240 for his second attempt. Ooh, just struggles just at the end to lock it out. Was it deep enough? 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from the side that we saw here on the replay, which is perhaps why I was unsure there. But the other 2 referees seem happy with it. We have Gratian Pieper of Poland now jumping 15 kilos to 250 for his second attempt. And that was a nice looking second attempt. 15 kilos, didn't slow him down too much. 2-1, a good lift. A red from the right hand side for depth. But it seems good from there. Of course, this is the side he gets a white from. 272.5 kilos on the bar for Cale McDaniel of the United States. So just as speedy as his opener, and 3 white lights, a good lift. Doing a really good job building that total in his squats. So I think I said 7 before, as it said on the scoreboard. But it's actually 5 lifters who haven't got their opening attempt in. And the first of which we have Santeri Hagelen of Finland, 275 kilos. Missed it on his opener. Looking to come back and get it now. He's opening 50 kilos above his current best. And let's hope that isn't a mistake. Oh, he fights it up this time. Now look deep from the front. 3 white lights, a good lift. If you remember correctly, he just got caught in the hole, stopped for a really long time, then bounced a little bit, so got called for downwards movement on his first, but did a really fantastic job there of pushing it through. And he has a squat on the board. We have Chandler Loisha of the United States jumping to 295 kilos for his second attempt. With 2 of the 3 leaders in this flight without a squat in yet, the door is left wide open for now. That was a very tidy second attempt. Ooh, but unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. Again, the replay we will see will be from the side that got a white. The jury are looking back over that. But it's important to remember we only get 1 angle here on the live stream. The referees have 3 and the jury even more. The jury has overruled it to a good lift, and that is exactly what they're there for. Chandler Loisha of the United States, that will be a good lift for him. We now have Justin Furman of South Africa jumping 15 kilos to 315. That looked lovely and deep. He is pushing through. Wow, what a fight. Was that one clean movement? Ooh, unfortunately, the referees didn't think so, and it can't be contested. It would have been here. Yeah, just there, a bit of a wobble. And unfortunately, it is a no lift. He has a third attempt, of course, and I'm hoping that didn't sap his energy too much. Now have Shyam Sundar of India. Missed 315 on his opener, has upped it by 5 now for his second. Sometimes in equipped, they feel like they need a little bit more weight on the bar to be able to reach depth. I think this might be what he's doing here. 320 kilos. Can he get a squat on the board here on his second? He fights it through. The extra 5 kilos felt heavy, and unfortunately it did not help him to find depth. It's 2-1, a no lift. The jury are looking over it. And it has been overruled to a good lift. He now has a squat on the board, and it's a good thing too, because it really looked like he was at his limit there in terms of strength. We now have Vasily Chabina of Kazakhstan, another lifter yet to have a squat on the board, opened on 350 kilos, missed it, and is looking now to get it here on his second. Stands it up just like he did before, but was it deep enough this time round? 2-1, a no lift. Unfortunately, still going into the third attempts there with the same issue, but the jury has overruled it almost instantly to a good lift, and he has a squat on the board. The last two lifts having been overturned by the jury to good lifts. We have Mark Dolzenko of Ukraine jumping 20 kilos to 350 for his second attempt. It's going to be a tight race in the junior 120s by the looks of things. And that is a good lift. There is not much between first and third there in the 120 kilo juniors. And as we know, one missed lift can mean the gap closes significantly. Dmytro Holinai of Ukraine jumping 22.5 kilos to 352.5 for his second attempt. And he stands it back up, but was that deep enough? I'm a little worried here. It was. 3 white lights, a good lift. Let's have a look at that from a better angle. Yeah, and that looked slightly better there from the side, and clearly from where the referees were sat. And they have a much better seat than I do. We now have Yi Chu Wu of Chinese Taipei. Missed 370 kilos on his opener. He stood it up very confidently, but it just wasn't quite deep enough. Can he get it now on his second attempt? He's kept the weight the same, which feels like the sensible choice here. Controlled on the way down. He stands it up, even better than before, but was it deep enough? 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from the center referee, but both side referees are happy with it. And he has a squat on the board. It's a good lift. I'm sure he wanted to perhaps make a big jump and maybe go for the world record there, but perhaps 45 kilos is a bit too much of an ask. Now we have into our third attempt. Still 3 lifters yet to get a squat in. We have David Sferl of Romania, 215 kilos. Sorry, David is the last lifter to not have a squat in on the board. The other lifters did not weigh in. This is his last chance to be able to post a total. It looked slightly better that time. What did the referee say? There we go. At the last hurdle there. 3 white lights and he can continue competing in the competition. I imagine there's an element of nervousness competing on home soil here. We now have Monish Chakrawarti of India, 245 kilos for his third attempt. Oh, just couldn't make it through that sticking point in the middle there. And it is a no lift, unfortunately, for Manesh. Yeah, gets stuck just there and shakes his head, saying it's just a little bit too much. We have Gratian Pieper of Poland now, 260 kilos for his third and final attempt. Currently sitting projected second overall in the 120 sub-junior class. This will also be for a 5 kilo personal best. Wow. And it could have been an opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
So, USA, are you ready to go? It's a new personal best.
We now have our current leader in the sub-juniors, Cale McDaniel of the United States, taking 287.5 kilos for his third and final attempt at only age 17. Incredible strength shown here. Wow, can he fight through it? He does. He stands it up. And it is a good lift. A big celebration for a big squat. And wow, what an excellent last attempt. You couldn't have put a feather on that bar.
And the bar is loaded for Mr. Chandler, USA, 307.5 kilo.
Can his teammate follow in his footsteps here? We have Chandler Loisha of the United States, 307.5 kilos for his third and final attempt. It's just him in the bar.
Yeah, four more lifts to change the number for the second one.
Oh, and he is fighting but cannot quite get through it. Unfortunately, somehow 2-1, a no lift. There we go. It is a no lift. Very generous white light from the center referee there. We have 6 squats left before we move through to the 120 plus category. There'll be no break in between. Center referee just asking for the plates to be tightened there. We now have Justin Furman of South Africa, missed 315 kilos in his second, is looking to get it now on his third. This will be a 10 kilo PB for Justin, should he get this. Yeah, he stands it up. The depth looked better from here, and I hope the referees agree. 2-1, a good lift, and that's all he needs. Just to convince 2 of the 3 referees, and hopefully the jury don't disagree with that. They don't even seem to be discussing it, which is great news. 330 kilos for Shyam Sundar of India. Missed 315 on his opener. for depth, went up 5 kilos, managed it on his second. It looked a little bit hard, has now gone up 10 kilos for his third attempt. Was that the right move?
Noodles, there. Can someone bring magnesium?
Being careful with walking it out. There's a lot of weight on his back. And it's just a bit too heavy. A great job from the spotters and loaders. And yeah, I was a bit worried because his second attempt did look a bit like a limit lift. So to add 10 kilos was really brave.
Can someone of the noodles sitting there bringing magnesium, please? Vice loaded for Champina Vasily, Kazakhstan. 207.
We now have Vasily Sherbina of Kazakhstan. Missed 350 on his opener. Got it on his second. It's now jumped 20 kilos to 370 for his third attempt. And this will bring him into squat gold for the time being.
This is a jump from the fourth to the first place, so he's fighting in for the gold medal.
Where he's fighting and he stands it up. And it is a good lift. 3 white lights. And now he can only wait to see what Dozenko, Holinai and Wu will do.
And a new personal best. Vice loaded for Dochenko, Mark, Ukraine. 207.
We now have Mark Dozenko of Ukraine taking another 20 kilo jump for his third attempt, 370, and as he is the lighter of the two, this will move him into gold squat position and at the very least leave him with bronze. Wow, such a fantastic third attempt. And 2-1, a good lift. Again, the Ukrainian team doing such a great job with numbers.
To fight for the gold medal. And that's also new personal best. And the vice loaded for Golin.
Our final 2 lifters of this flight before moving straight through to the 120 pluses. We have Dmitry Holinai of Ukraine, 372.5 kilos, to move him into squat gold ahead of his teammate. He has 10 seconds to get that last command. Gets it just in time. And he stands it up, but I'm worried it may be in vain. 2-1, a good lift. It was not. Let's have a look at that at a better angle. Although this is the side he got a no lift for. And it definitely looked better from that angle than it did from how I saw it here. And it is a good lift.
And the vice loaded. That's a big
We now have Yi Chu Wu of Chinese Taipei, and I imagined he was going to take a big jump, and he did. 370 kilos he got on his second, jumping 30 kilos to 400 kilos on his third and final attempt. This is absolutely massive, but nothing he hasn't done before. So let's hope he can do it now on the international stage. This is a tremendous amount of weight. 400 kilos. And he stands it up with room left in the tank. What do the referees say? 3 white lights, a good lift, and a 400 kilo squat has fallen here today in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. Remember the day. And that is a fantastic way to finish the 120 pluses. And you can see here on the table, we managed everyone to be able to get a squat in there. Please ignore the 3 lifters. I don't think that they're in the 120 plus, sorry, so they're yet to lift yet. And we now will move straight into the 120 plus. I am rejoined by Elias the Book.
Hello, Amelia. Hello, Amelia. Here I am.
And what a time to rejoin me. We have the heaviest lifters of the championships here, starting off with Jan Czernyski of Poland with 260 kilos.
And this is 20 kilos below his personal best. He has room to grow.
So prepare Melon and Mosconis.
How has the session been so far, Amelia?
We've had a lot of exciting moments, people almost not getting lifts, coming back from the brink, 400 kilo squat, and I don't think this session will be any less interesting, especially based on that opener. Looked good.
And the referees agree, Amelia. 3 white lights, good lift.
Of course, all of the lifting is just as exciting as the other, but I think, especially in equipped, everybody does look forward to these 120 and 120 plus sessions. People like to see a lot of weight move, and you're going to see it with these 2 weight classes. We have Luke Mellon of the United States, 275 kilos.
Followed by Mosconis and Mayas.
23 years old, so it's his last year in the juniors.
His squat personal best is 370.
Wow, and I think we're going to see a hefty jump there. Maybe not a 100 kilo jump, but hefty nonetheless. And he's not in a squat suit either. He just seems to be in knee wraps. Which, you know, there's no rule saying you have to wear everything.
Or something.
Well, you definitely have to wear something. Just not have to a squat suit. Please wear something. We have Dominik Plaskonis of Slovakia, opening on 280 kilos.
42.5 kilos under his personal best. Taking a conservative opener. So he has room to grow. And that looked really easy. Empty barbell.
Yeah, and it's a good lift. And that honestly is exactly what we're talking about when you want a nice, clean opener, when you don't have to worry about a weight that is going to be there every day of the week. And that was just lovely to watch. We have Kellen Myers of the United States opening on 282.5 kilos. And that is a good lift. Runs off and celebrates his opener. And why not? Sometimes the opener can be just as important as the last lift. Because if you don't get that opener, you're in a pretty sticky situation.
For Salman Mohammad from India, 295 kilo, followed by Govchok and Panash.
We now have Mohammed Salman of India, 295 kilos.
25 kilos under his personal best. He has been competing for 10 years already, so since he was 12.
Wow, that is incredibly impressive.
A veteran to the sport. Let's see how he performs, how he manages his opener.
Very well is the answer.
Look at how he searched for depth. Didn't phase him at all. 3 white lights, a great lift. Kept his composure all throughout the lift. Look at that, searching for depth. Dips down and just stands back up like it's nothing.
The bar is loaded for Govchok Dimitro, Ukraine, 205 kilo, same as his personal best. Competing side 7 years, age 20. Followed by Panash and K1.
We now have Dmytro Vovchok of Ukraine opening on 305 kilos.
And that looked easy enough.
Yeah, that looked like a nice opener for Dmytro, and it was a good lift and a matched comp PB for him.
Competing science 8 years, his personal best 325.
We now have Philippe Parage of Luxembourg, and if you recognize the name, that is for good reason. He is the son of the president of the IPF. And he is opening on 310 kilos.
El Presidente. Only 15 kilos shy of his personal best. Let's see how he can manage it. And I think the answer is easy.
Yeah, that was a nice looking attempt from Philippe, and it's a good lift. He competed only a few weeks ago in France for bench Euros. So he's got some at least bench press practice in recently in competition.
The bar is loaded for K1 Ting, Chinese Taipei.
We now have Guan Ting Ke of Chinese Taipei, 310 kilos. He's only 16 years old and lifting such incredible weights.
Wow. That was so easy.
Yeah, a really good job there. 3 white lights, a good lift, and it even seemed like his knee wraps were a little loose too.
320 kilo is the
So
same as his
managed
personal
that
best.
so well.
Competing 6 years and 21
Just
young.
for reference, the world sub-junior squat record is 375 kilos, so may not touch that today, but I think very soon based off the looks of that.
The bar is loaded for Marcin Piotr Pola.
We now have Piotr Masic of Poland,
And Tuczynski.
320 kilos.
Same as his personal best.
This is to match his personal best. He has been competing for 6 years. That looked good to me. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he'd be fine with that. It is a good lift, 3 white lights. And again, wearing knee wraps, but not a squat suit. So opting for half of the equipment you can use for squats. We have our final squat opener now before moving through to second attempts.
The bar is loaded for Tashna Moritz from Germany, 370 kilo.
And we have Moritz Kaschner of Germany opening on 370 kilos. This is a huge squat opener.
And just like the president is saying, auf geht's! Just 15 kilos shy of his personal best. Walks it out nicely. Searches for depth. Okay.
Yeah, I think he found it.
I think he found it and then went a little bit further even.
Found it and went some. 3 white lights, a good lift. Better safe than sorry, especially with your opener.
He kept going.
Yeah, and actually it seems like perfect depth.
Yeah.
Didn't seem too deep. Obviously, he's going to have big legs in this weight class. You very rarely see a 120 plus with skinny little legs, do you? We move to our second attempts now, and everybody managed to get an opening attempt in, which is a great start to the session. We have Jan Tuczynski of Poland jumping 20 kilos to 280 for his second attempt.
Trying to match his personal best. At just 17 years old. And he drives it up. And 3 white lights, good lift. Emilia, what do you think? He took a 20 kilo jump from his opener. What do you think now?
Yeah, it was a really nice looking second attempt, and it does look like he slowed down somewhat, so I'll take a smaller jump, maybe a 10, 7.5 to be safe. We have to remember that because these are the larger lads, the percentage of their jumps are going to be smaller than what it seems when you're comparing to maybe a 52 kilo woman. We have Luke Mellon of the United States jumping 20 kilos to 295. 20 kilo jump, a little bit more normal in the 120 plus. and the bar couldn't keep up with the speed he was moving at. 3 white lights.
297.5 kilo on the bar. The bar is loaded for Maya's Kellen USA, 297.5 kilo, followed by Salman and Plascones.
We have Kellen Myers of the United States now bopping onto the platform to take 297.5 kilos. He's got great energy.
Nice and steady. It moved well, but what do the referees think? 2-1, good lift. 1 red light from the right side referee for depth.
Yeah, let's look again at the replay there. I think he's definitely walking the line there. Won't want to go any higher than that on his third. But it is a good lift. We now have Mohammed Salman of India, 310 kilos. A 15 kilo jump from his opening attempt.
Searching for depth again. I think he found it. And that 15 kilo jump didn't slow him down. 2-1, so a bit higher than the previous one.
Yeah, we'll see the angle here from the referee who gave the depth call. And I think from that angle it was fair enough, but there are a lot of lifters who have one hip higher than the other, and it's just what it looks like all the way through, especially when it gets heavier. $312.5 kilos for Dominik Plascones of Slovakia.
$32.5 kg jump. That's a big jump. He is getting closer to his squat personal best. And wow, easy, but what do the referees think?
2-1, a good lift, just a depth call from the right-hand side referee, but did so impressively well with that size jump to still move it at that speed. Let's have a look again at the replay.
Yeah, this side definitely looks good, but he got a red on the right side, the one we don't see.
This is a new personal best, followed by Parash and K1T.
Dmitro Vovchok of Ukraine now 320 kilos. A 15 kilo jump from his opening attempt. Guess the squat command with 7 seconds to go.
And that was so easy.
2-1, a good lift. Gets a depth call for one of the side referees. Which, you know, depth is the issue that you see the 120 pluses struggle with the most in squats. And sometimes even in bench now that the rules have changed. A 15 kilo jump now for Philippe Parage of Luxembourg. 325 kilos. This will be a match squat PB for him.
This will temporarily put him in the silver medal position on the squats, matching his personal best.
Lovely and deep there. No doubt about that. And it is a good lift. Guanting Ke of Chinese Taipei now, jumping 20 kilos to 330 for his second attempt. He shouts and the crowd shouts back.
Next time you can shout as well. She's nodding her head. Yes, I will.
Wow, look at that. Moving so well. 3 white lights, a good lift, and I can imagine another sizable jump moving to his third. What do you reckon?
Well, going off of his first to second, it did not slow him down at all. So I think he will make another big jump.
This is a new personal best attempt, followed by Tashna and Tuchit.
Piotr Marcisz of Poland, 335 kilos. This will move him from squat bronze to silver, heading into third attempt.
This is already 15 kilos above his personal best. And it doesn't look too much. The referees say good lift to the one. Left side referee gave him a red. That means for depth. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, it's definitely on the border. But the referees say it's the right side of the border.
Now we have our final second attempt, and it is a big one. It is Moritz Taschner of Germany taking a 20 kilo jump to 390 kilos for his second attempt. This is absolutely massive, and I can't wait to see how this goes and where he goes for his third. Look at all of those plates. Wow, look at that. And that was a fantastic second attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift, and I think we might see him go above 400 kilos on his third attempt. And what a way to lead us into thirds. We can see where that leaves us in the standings as we head in.
New personal best attempt, followed by Myers and Mello.
And to kick us off, we have Jan Tuszniski of Poland, 285 kilos.
He's on the third position here.
A small jump from his second to third. He must feel like he is nearing his end.
Nice and controlled down is the hole. Stands it up.
And it was definitely at his top strength, but it might, no, unfortunately, I was just about to say it paid off, but unfortunately it didn't.
Yeah, we'll see that again in the replay. Unfortunately, yeah, walks the line for sure. And now we have a mislift, I can say it. Everybody get their opener and their second attempt in, a sea of greens, which I think is a first for this week here in the equipped. And let's hope we can see some more in the rest of the thirds. Starting off with Kellen Myers of the United States, 307.5 kilos for his final attempt. Stands it up. And it is a good lift.
And he's happy with that. And the crowd is happy.
And a great end to squats for him as he calls to the other American athletes in the crowd. Luke Mellon of United States, 312.5 kilos for his final squat attempt.
A very quick unrack.
And still moving pretty well there on his third. And 2-1, a good lift.
India, 320 kilo. This is the same as his personal best. Followed by Blasconis and
Mohammed Salman of India now jumping 10 kilos to 320 for his final attempt on squats.
He is not in contention for a podium place overall, but he will be competing with himself, trying to match his personal best, 320 kilos. Again, searching for depth. No, he nods his head.
It's a little bit too heavy, unfortunately. Ooh, just missed the rack. So good job. The spotters and loaders were alert, but
It's it's important for the lifter to not let go of the barbell until it is wrecked. It's for your own safety. It's for the safety of the spotters. Please stay with the bar.
Yeah, that is 300 plus kilos that the spotters and loaders do not need to, in a joint effort, bicep curl back up. Dominik Plaskonis of Slovakia, 327.5 kilos for his third and final attempt. This will pull him into squat bronze for the time being, with Paraj and Vovchok to follow.
5 kilos above his personal best. Let's see if he can improve his own number. 23 years of age. So next year he will be competing in the open category. Just too heavy.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite there today.
335 kilo on the back. This is a new personal best. And that's a national Luxembourg record attempt.
335 kilos on the bar for Philippe Paraj of Luxembourg. This will be 10 kilos above his max.
And a jump to the second place for the moment.
And he will be moving from third place to second place in the squat event. But he has Vovchok trying to take that away from him should he get this one. And then moves really well.
Wow, yeah, that was an
Let's
excellent
see what the
attempt.
referees have to say. And they are agreeing it's a good lift.
Yeah, and looked really strong for a personal best there from Philippe. We have just 4 squats left before we head into a 10-minute break before bench press. This is the final equipped session of the championships. We have Dmytro Vovchok of Ukraine. Should he get this, he will move from 4th overall in squats to silver. It's a 17.5 kilo jump from his second. 337.5.
And trying to overtake Barrage. But still 2 other lifters after Vovchok. Really
great
good
catch.
catch.
Yeah. Very in time with you there. He tries to fight it out of the hole, but in the effort of pushing up, he just tips forwards, unfortunately. Just see that here. He's already leaning quite a way forwards, and gravity just was not on his side.
He was pushing through his toes all the way up. You really want to keep that weight above your midfoot. Your center of pressure cannot tip forward.
We now have Guanting Ke of Chinese Taipei, 340 kilos for his final attempt, a 10 kilo jump. Already has squat gold. This is to grow his total and create the gap between himself and Myers even larger.
And that looks easy still.
And a good lift, 3 white lights, and is doing a fantastic job of growing that total overall.
I remember you asking me what you think about his jump he's going to make. I thought his jump was going to be bigger. He had some kilos left in the tank for sure, but he must have felt, you know what, I'm going to take it easy. I have to improve the gap between me and Myers,
Yeah.
as he did.
We now have Piotr Marcic of Poland, 345 kilos, and this will pull him from squat bronze into squat silver. Ahead of Philippe Parage. Oh, and he's working through, lets out a scream, stands it up, and it is a good lift. 3 white lights, and he moves into silver position for squats. A really well-picked third attempt there for the Polish lifter. We now have Moritz Taschner of Germany with a mammoth 405 kilo squat attempt, the biggest squat attempt we've seen so far this week, and probably will see. Already on his squats and opening bench and deadlift, his projected total was 1,000 kilos. This will be a 15 kilo PR. This is a huge amount of weight.
Searches depth. Yes!
Wow,
And
look
he knows
at that.
he's got it. He knows he's got it.
And that is a good lift. 3 white lights, 405 kilos. Elias, what do you think of that?
That is a vast amount of weight. This is crazy. A very nice squat.
Yeah, a really fantastic job there, and a great way to close up equipped squats. And as you can see here in the sub-junior 120s, walking away with squat gold, we have Cale McDaniel of the United States. In squat silver, we have Gratian Piper of Poland. And in squat bronze, we have Monish Chakrawati of India. In the 120 plus sub-juniors in gold, we have Guanting K of Chinese Taipei. In silver, we have Kellen Myers of the United States. And in bronze, we have Jan Juchnicki of Poland. In the 120 junior class, in gold, we have Yichi Wu of the Chinese Taipei. In squat silver, we have Dmitry Holine of Ukraine. And in bronze, Mark Dolzhenko of Ukraine. And with that huge 120 plus kilo squat we just saw, we have Taschner in squat gold, Maric of Poland in squat silver, and Parage of Luxembourg in bronze. And that concludes our squats for us. Just waiting to see here if we can get the rest. We can. 120 plus category for the juniors. We have, as I said, Moritz Taschner, followed by Piotr Marcic and Philip Parage. And what a fantastic way there to end the squats for the equipped lifting. We'll be taking a short 10-minute break now. Don't go anywhere, and we will see you for bench press.
The bench press is the second movement performed in a powerlifting competition. It's a movement that mainly uses upper body strength. A slight back arch is authorized and allows for a stronger and healthier shoulder positioning. Laying down on the bench, the athlete has to create points of contact between his head, shoulder, glutes, and the bench. His feet has to lay flat on the ground, with the heels in the contact with the floor. Once that position is locked, the central referee gives the start command. The lifter lowers the bar until it touches his chest. The lower underside of both of his elbow joints have to be at level or below the top surface of each shoulder joint. He then has to stabilize the bar for the referee to give him the press command. The lifter has to push the bar back up until the complete extension of his elbows. The central referee gives the rack command and the lift is completed.
There are 4 main reasons to have a no lift on that movement. First, if you're not able to fully extend your elbows at the beginning and at the end of the movement. Second, if you don't touch the chest with the bar, or if your elbows don't go at level or below the top of your shoulder joint. Third, if you're not able to maintain all points of contact with the bench, knowing the head, the shoulders, and the butt. Fourth, if the lift isn't completed in a single upward movement.
Hello and welcome back. We are joining you now for the bench press for the 120 and 120 plus kilo category, the sub-juniors and juniors. The first flight will consist of all of the 120s and the second flight of lifters will consist of all the 120 plus kilo categories. We're just waiting 5 seconds until we'll load the bar for our first lifter, but wow, what an exciting squat session we had there. And kicking us off, we have David Svel of Romania. Had a little bit of trouble with his squat, only just getting a squat in on his 3rd attempt. And I think actually got overturned to a good lift, so he was really close there. But he has one on the board and can continue in the competition. Is now opening his bench up on 137.5 kilos.
Only a 5 kg difference with his personal best. So I'm sure we will be seeing a jab at that.
That was a smoother looking opener than his squat. And it is a good lift. Now have Justin Furman of South Africa opening on 162.5 kilos.
Already 10 kilo above his personal best, and he is giving instructions to the head spotter, giving him an unrack. It's important if you are not very easy on the unrack. If you have particular needs, you need to be specific.
A little bit sticky at lockout, but he gets it locked out nonetheless, and it is a good lift.
His personal best is 186. And the bar is loaded for Chakravarti, Monish, India, 165 kilo.
We now have Monish Chakravarti of India opening on 165 kilos.
I think he holds the national record in India. as it is 186 kg. Of course, at an international level, you cannot chip weight unless it is a world record. And chipping is adding a half a kilo or a kilo to the weight.
Ooh, a little bit tricky there on the way up, but he manages to lock it out, and it is a good lift.
He's on the board.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again on the replay. Touches to his chest, pushes up, and just has a little bit of trouble on kind of the top half of that.
And as you said before, the higher you are in your lockout, if lockout is a problem, it's usually indicating of a strength issue.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in equipped bench. We have Santeri Helin of Finland, 175 kilos. Was still fighting through there, but got the rack command. And unfortunately a no lift or downwards movement, I think just there. Right there, yeah, you can see on the way up, unfortunately. Hopefully he can get a clearer touch on his chest on his second, and that will help him push through.
And hopefully he didn't burn too much energy to be able to retake it.
We have Cale McDaniel of the United States opening on 180 kilos. He is currently in the lead overall in the sub-juniors. He's going to want to keep growing that lead. But first, needs to make a bench press attempt and get it in on the board.
And that was very explosive off of his chest.
Yeah, a really nice opener there, and I think did a good job of opening with something somewhat conservative. We have Gratian Piper of Poland, 192.5 kilos.
This is already 12.5 kilos above his personal best. Training must have been going really well. Searches his touching point, barely touches it, but then manages to push it all the way through. And it was a good lift.
We now have Dmitry Holinai of Ukraine opening on 205 kilos. A little way behind the podium overall, but not an impossible gap to close. As we've seen, it's been done.
.5 kilos under his personal best. It was a bit of work, but a good bench press nevertheless. 3 white lights, good lift.
India, 210 kilo, followed by Rui Shu and Chervina Asi.
We now have Shyam Sundar of India, 210 kilos. 36 seconds left on the clock to get the start command.
Plenty of time left.
Searching for his chest and finds it. Ooh, but just can't quite look it out there. And obviously in equipped you can be 1 inch off of your touching point and it can make a huge difference. So I'm hoping that is the case, considering it is his opener and should be something that is relatively light.
And you see there he was struggling finding his touching point. So hopefully on his second attempt he can correct this little mistake.
Yeah, and now we can see kind of the chalk mark he just left. We'll see if he touches elsewhere on his second attempt to see if that was the change. You have Yi Chu Wu of Chinese Taipei opening on 210 kilos. Just asking the spotter for a handout there.
He is 30 kilos off of his personal best. Let's see how he makes this one move. And that looked like a very solid opener, controlled all the way through. And he bows to the crowd.
Yeah, doing a really good job of being conservative there with his bench opener. Let's not forget, he walked away with a 400 kilo squat. So building a huge total there.
And that is really impressive. 400 kilos.
We now have Vasily Chabina of Kazakhstan, 225 kilos.
A little bit of a sticky point midway, but he did manage to push through. One red, a blue card. Let's see on the replay for that downward movement.
Yeah, it was a tiny sticking point, and I can't really see the downwards movement either, but a blue can also be for soft elbows. Didn't seem like that either, so I think he'll be safe. We have Chandler Losha of the United States opening on 230 kilos.
Trying to give exact instructions. Because as you said before, a little change in equipped can make a big difference. He looks very controlled.
Yeah, and manages to push it up really nicely, and 3 white lights, a good lift. Let's have a look again at that replay. And yeah, lovely looking opener from Chandler. Our final opening attempt here on our first flight, we have Mark Dolshenko of Ukraine, 240 kilos. The world record is 356, so I don't think we'll see that stabbed at today, but impressive bench presses nonetheless.
Nice and controlled. Very soft touch and pushes very nicely all the way to the top. 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
Yeah, the heaviest opener we had, and maybe the softest it was touched on the chest. Shows how much control he has over that bar. And that's going to help him a lot as the weight goes up. We go straight through now to the second attempts of bench. First up we have David Svel of Romania, 142.5 kilos. We have 2 lifters yet to get a bench press in, but David is not one of them. He is safe.
He has a really wide foot stance.
Yeah, it's very interesting. He did on his squat as well.
Must just be his anatomy then. The way his hip joint is formed.
Touches very low there and does a good job of pressing it. 3 white lights. It's more common in equip to see a lifter touch quite low on their chest, even their high belly sometimes, just the nature of how the bench set is.
And the bar is loaded for Furman Justin from South Africa.
I know in classic we're much more used to seeing people touch their mid-chest. We have Justin Furman of South Africa, 167.5 kilos.
Followed by Higgin and Chakra.
Took a 5 kilo jump.
Locks it out. It is work though. So I think a 5 kilo jump was a good call.
It was work, but it was a good work.
Yeah, absolutely. And 3 white lights, a good lift. You can tell as well because the bars actually left a chalk print on his chest that he touched in the exact same place as before. So keeping his technique consistent and in equipped, that is very important. Now we have Santeri Helin of Finland, missed 175 on his opener, looking to get it now on his second and needs to get a bench press in to secure a total and to continue competing.
Okay, that was so much better.
Yeah, a completely different bench press there, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
And as I said a few times this week, look at that beautiful singlet. SBD provides some quality equipment for our lifters.
This is the personal best, so the bar is loaded for Chakrabarti Monish, 182.
This must be one of my favorites.
Followed by McDaniel and Piper.
What's your favorite?
Oh gosh, there are lots of nice ones, and they keep coming out with new countries as well, so it's hard to keep up. I'm especially fond of the New Zealand and the Ireland ones, the monochromatic. We have Monish Chakravarti of India, 182.5 kilos, nearing his national record now on his second attempt. So a rule change that we saw this year was lifters aren't allowed to set up with their feet on the bench anymore, and I know that's affected a lot of equipped lifters especially. When people set up like that, it makes me think it perhaps would have affected them.
It is work,
Wow.
but I don't think the bar went down.
No, that was a great fight from Monish. And 2-1, a good lift. The centre referee seems to disagree with you. He says there's some downwards movement perhaps, unless that was for soft elbows.
He took a 17.5 kg jump from his opener to his second. What do you reckon now?
I think it's something a lot more conservative moving to his third. He definitely looks like he's nearing his top end. So maybe I'd say a 5 kilo max jump there. We have Kale McDaniel of the United States jumping 10 kilos to 190 for his second attempt. Trying to keep his lead ahead of Piper.
Another very strong looking bench press.
Wow. I'm in shock on how well that moved. 3 white lights, a good lift. Blink and you miss it. A lovely soft touch and extreme power off the chest.
I blinked on the replay and I did miss it.
I told you. 200 kilos now for Gratian Paper of Poland. And he is going to be chasing Kale McDaniel's tail all the way until the end. does a good job of closing that gap. 3 white lights, a good lift. He's still a considerable way behind, but as we know, anything can happen, especially in deadlifts. That could be 1 or 2 missed lifts, and Piper has the chance to catch up. Dmitry Holinay of Ukraine, 215 kilos for his second attempt. Nice, powerful second attempt. And a good lift.
Around that 17.5 kilo on the bar.
We now have Shyam Sundar of India. Missed 210 kilos on his opener. Has gone up 7.5 kilos anyway for his second. It's a risky move. What do you think there, Elias?
It is risky indeed.
Because if he can't bench this, then he is putting himself in a really difficult position in thirds. Because if he does not post a bench, he cannot continue in the competition to fight for placement.
I can't remember, was it the touching point that was the problem the last time?
That's what we thought it might
Yeah.
have been. He seems to touch in the similar place,
A
but
little bit higher.
he still does struggle a little bit, but he locks it out. And let's see if that was any better this time round. 2-1, a good lift. A yellow call from the left side referee.
It did pay off this time, but begs to ask the question, how much room does he have left now?
I think it would be sensible to not waste energy heading into deadlifts. Even we said with Furman he didn't have much left and he's decided to not take a third, and it's not too much of a silly choice. We have Yichi Wu of Chinese Taipei jumping 20 kilos. So quite different here to 230 for his second attempt. And it didn't slow him down too much. That throws him into bench press bronze for the time being. I might be a few days late, but I've only just noticed that the spotters and loaders gloves are the Romanian flag.
This is really the first time you noticed.
I'm focused on the lifting, I must say. We have Vasily Shabina of Kazakhstan now, 232.5 kilos.
They're really nice though.
Just about locks it out. A little bit of trouble, but a good lift nonetheless. And the struggle didn't start too early there in the lockout, so perhaps can push through there with a few more kilos. But I would say he's definitely towards his top end. We have Chandler Loisha of the United States here, 240 kilos for his second attempt. And this will move him into silver bench press position heading into the third attempt.
Very soft touch.
Yeah, and it was a little bit more work, but still fought through a good lift. and continues to build that total.
He's already at the moment on the first place. And the bar is loaded for Dolchenko.
We now have our final second attempt before moving through to our third and final attempt of bench press for this first flight of lifters. Just a reminder, we're going straight through to the 120 pluses. We have Mark Dolchenko of Ukraine jumping 20 kilos to 260 for his second attempt. And still moving so well, a lovely soft touch and a good lift. That was a 20 kilo jump and it barely slowed him down. Looking forward to seeing the jump he's going to make to his third, but I think it's safe to say he'll walk away with bench gold there. And you can see as we head into the thirds where that leaves us in terms of bench. Please ignore the gaps in it. That will be the 120 plus who will follow. We have Mark Dolchenko leading in the 120 juniors and Gratian Piper leading in the 120 kilo sub juniors for bench. First up we have David Sperl of Romania, 152.5 kilos. That looked like a well-called third attempt. And that is a good lift.
Bar is loaded. 185 kilo for Helen Santeri, new personal best.
We have Santeri Halen of Finland now, 185 kilos, missed 175 in his opener, came back and got it on his second and is looking to add 10 more kilos to that total here in his third.
Can he increase his personal best with 10 kilos? And I think he just did.
Yeah, they look really nice and tidy, and I think probably his planned second. Ooh.
Yeah,
Did he jump the command there?
he might have. And look, as he presses into the rack, when he locks out, he might have been resting on the rack. So that might be a command jump because he didn't rack when they told him.
Unfortunately, it is a no lift, which is such a shame, but a moral victory nonetheless. We have Manish Chagravati of India, 185 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump. We did say we think he's near his limit on his second, so I think this is probably a sensible choice.
Just keep trying to build a total, not wasting any kilos.
Ooh, but just a little bit too much. But he doesn't lose out on too much as he only jumped 2.5 kilos. And I think he knew that his second perhaps was a limit.
And we have 5 attempts to change the look for the second group. The bar is loaded.
A big milestone of 200 kilos here for Cale McDaniel of the United States. This is a bench press I know many male lifters chase after. Oh, and unfortunately just tipped backwards towards his head there. And 200 kilos eludes him for now at least.
We have 4 attempts to change the loop now for the second group. The bar is loaded for people Russian Poland, 207.5 kilo.
We now have Gratian Piper of Poland, 207.5 kilos. Should he get this, he somewhat closes the gap between himself.
A very nice performed bench. A little bit harder on the lockout.
But I think he manages to get it, and 3 white light, a good lift. The gap is closed ever so slightly between himself and McDaniel. 20 kilos stands between them.
The bar is loaded for Sunda and Xi'an, India, 220 kilo. Followed by Golinai and Shelby Chin.
We have Shyam Sundar of India, 220 kilos.
Great catch by the spotters. Oh, and he looks like he's cramping or something. He grabs his hand. Let's take a look what happened.
Bar is loaded for Golinai Dimitro, Ukraine, 227.5 kilo. And this is the jump from the 6th to the 5th place. Followed
Next
by
up,
Shelby
we have Dmytro Holinay from Ukraine, 227.5 kilos. Trying to match his personal best. Oh, great catch. He couldn't quite touch his chest, and his right arm went all the way back. Couldn't stay in line, and the bar was on its way towards his head, as you can see right there, and the spotters intervened quite nicely. Vasily Sherbina from Kazakhstan, 237.5 kilos for a 5 kilo personal best. It was definitely work, but I think he got it. And 3 white lights, good lift. He's pumping his fist. He is happy about that. Very nice and control to the chest. An explosive push. And the right elbow had a slight delay, but that doesn't matter. Next up, Yichu Wu from Chinese Taipei, trying to jump from 4th to 2nd, trying to catch a silver medal in the bench press event. 242.5 kilos. And he manages. He lets out a scream, and he knows it. 3 white lights.
Yeah, he is having an absolutely fantastic day.
So the second to last lifter in this flight, we have Chandler Lucier from the USA trying to take that silver medal back from Wu. 250 kilos. He's already secured the bronze medal in the bench press. But can he change that to silver?
It looks like he can. The crowd let out a roar. 3 white lights, and so does he. He moves into silver position for the bench press.
The gold medal has already been decided in this event, but nevertheless, Mark Dolzhenko still has a third attempt, and he will be attempting 270 kilos, 7.5 kilo above of his personal best. Ukrainian lifter.
Again, a nice soft touch.
A very long pause on the chest, and I think that might have damaged his strength.
Yeah, unfortunately with equipped, especially when it gets a little bit heavier, it's going to be hard to hold that
And
on your chest.
I do think he got the command a bit quicker, but
Physically, mentally preparing
yeah.
himself to move it, yeah. Now we're going to head straight through to the 120 pluses, but as you can see here in bench press, walking away with gold in the 120s, we have Gratian Piper, and in the sub-juniors, and in the juniors we have Mark Dolzhenko of Ukraine walking away with the bench press gold. I'll go through that in more detail at the end of this bench press session, but first up we move straight into the 120 pluses. Kicking us off, we have Jan Tuszynski of Poland, 100 kilos. Now this is 65 kilos below his best, so I'm wondering if he's dealing with some sort of injury. Well, actually, it looks like he's
not wearing a bench shirt.
He's not wearing a bench shirt, so a pretty common practice. Yeah, and that looks like it's an easy one for him. As we were saying, and we kind of say every session here because we see maybe at least one athlete do it per session in equipped. Opening raw, without your bench shirt on, putting it on perhaps for your second or third attempt, and making a slightly bigger jump, just so you make sure you get a bench press on the board, because we've seen already a handful of athletes lose out on a total for that reason. We have Mohammed Salman of India, 165 kilos.
Nice and controlled descent. And a smooth way up. It's a good lift, 3 white lights. And that's a good start to the bench press event for Salman.
Chinese Taipei, 170 kilo, followed by Maya Senpage.
We now have Guanting K of Chinese Taipei, 170 kilos for his opening attempt. Our youngest lifter of the flight.
Very nice looking opener.
Wow, extremely speedy and powerful. And a good lift, a really nice start to the bench press for him, and has plenty of room to go.
And the bar is loaded for Maya's Cannon USA, 180 kilo, followed by Palashvili and Melon Duke.
We have Kellen Myers of the United States opening on 180 kilos, just putting his wrist straps on there, as you cannot go onto the platform fiddling with any equipment except your belt.
He's only got 30 seconds left, so he better hurries a little bit, giving precise instructions. With 20 seconds left, I really hope he doesn't need to re-rack the weight.
Yeah, that is the trouble with leaving it so long, is that bench is the most technical of the 3 lifts. 7 seconds to get that start command, and with 5 he gets it. Ooh, a good catch from the spotters and loaders, and yeah, just tipped backwards towards his head there. And I think an element of that would have been the stress of the timer counting down. Don't think it's a strength issue whatsoever. See, as he pushes up, it just tips back. Just needs to fix that up for a second, but I don't think the weight is an issue. We now have Philippe Barrage of Luxembourg opening on 195 kilos. Recently competed at Bench Euros. And it looks like he's already opening 2.5 kilos above his best. Oh, again,
A
another
bit of the
lifter.
same,
Yeah,
the
just
same issue, yeah.
just struggling, like you said, the same issue as the lifter before, tipping back towards their head. See a bit better here from this angle. He goes down carefully, touches his chest, and as he pushes up, it tips backwards towards his head. We have now Luke Mellon of the United States opening on 200 kilos. Nice clean looking rep, and it was a good lift.
The bar is loaded for Slovakia, 210 kilo, followed by
We have Dominik Plashkonis of Slovakia opening on 210 kilos. Nice strong looking opener there from Dominik. And a good lift. We now have Dmytro Vovchok of Ukraine, 215 kilos.
Nice looking opener.
Yeah, and I've come to expect nothing else from the Ukrainian team. 3 white lights, a good lift.
That's a new personal best attempt from Piotr Marcis. The bar is loaded for Marcis. Piotr pull on 220 kilo, followed by Tashna and Tuchinski.
We have Piotr Marcic of
That's a new
Poland,
personal best.
220 kilos, our penultimate bench opener.
And we see a bench press PB of 177.5. I imagine that is raw.
If not, a lot of progress has been made.
It was very easy.
That is a good lift for Piotr.
This is the same as his personal best. And the German back here.
We now have our heaviest bench opener, as he also had our heaviest squat with a 405 kilo squat. He's opening with 285 kilos on his bench. The world record currently stands at 357, so a little way off of that, but extremely impressive nonetheless.
Matching his personal best on his opening attempt.
Yeah, Moritz Tashna with 285 kilos. Still 2 years left in the juniors.
And it looks heavy.
Yeah, I'm a
It's a
little worried
struggle.
about that. And unfortunately, that was what I was worried about. It was looking hard, and there was unfortunately some downwards movement, and I would hate to see the mistake being there that it was too heavy, but it does look like that off of first appearances. But we shall see as he reattempts that on his second. We head straight into second attempts now with 3 lifters yet to get a bench on the board. And let's hope they can in their seconds. First up, we have Jan Tuchinski of Poland, opened raw with 100 kilos and has now jumped 65 kilos to 165. And even with putting a bench shirt on, this is a big jump. But he
Well-
manages it.
It was a big jump, but it was a big effort as well. 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried because of how big of a jump that was, but he managed it really well.
And suddenly he is creeping a lot closer to Myers on the projected total.
We now have Mohammed Salman of India, 175 kilos.
Easy push.
And that is 2-1, a no lift, unfortunately. 2 yellows from the center and side referee.
By Zlatan, Team Chinese Taipei, 180 kilo, same as his personal best, followed by Mayas and Pulic.
We have Guanting K of Chinese Taipei, 180 kilos. And I dare say, I think this will still move well based on how quick his opener was and that he's only jumped 10 kilos. 10 kilos not a small amount, but his opener was very speedy.
I think as he is projected in first, he just doesn't want to make he doesn't want to make foolish mistakes. And
Yeah.
wow, as you said, it was so easy.
Yeah, very rarely do I want to say I'm sure about something, but I felt sure that he was going to get that second attempt. And he is doing a great job of building that total. Now, one of our three lifters who have not got a bench press on the board yet, Kellen Myers of the United States, retaking 180 kilos, just tipped backwards towards his head the first time round, hoping to fix that technical error this time and get a bench on the board, as well as stay ahead of Tuchinski. It's a bit of a fight. He gets it up, and it is a good lift. He is back on the board and in the competition. Not sure how much he has left in the tank, though, for his third. We'll have to wait and see. We have Philippe Parage of Luxembourg now. Had a similar problem as Kellen Myers, where the weight just tipped backwards towards his head as he pushed up. So Philippe Parage of Luxembourg now retaking 195 kilos. Held for a while on his chest there, and unfortunately the same issue this time round. And he has one more chance of that on his third. Let's have a look at that again. He gets held for a while on his chest. I think maybe somewhat unfairly in my opinion, but the center referee is much closer than I am.
Maybe he got the command and he was just not very fast in his reaction time.
We
That's
do see
possible
that
as
a
well.
lot, yeah. You're absolutely right, it could have been that. We have Luke Mellon of the United States now, 212.5 kilos.
And then it looked very easy.
And a good lift. We have Dominik Plashkonis of Slovakia, 220 kilos for a second attempt. Nice strong press up there, and 3 white lights, a good lift. We have Dmitry Vovchok of Ukraine, 227.5 kilos. This will move him into bench gold, heading into thirds, with Maric and Tashna to follow.
Looks very nice.
Yeah, just as tidy as his opener. And a good lift. Making really sensible choices there.
By Sloven for Marchis Björta Poland 240 kilo. This is a new personal best, followed by Marchis and
We now have the final two benches before heading into the third round of bench, followed by a 10-minute break before the deadlifts. 240 kilos now for Piotr Maric of Poland. A 20-kilo jump from his opener. And this will pull him into bench gold for the time being. And he's looking strong. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Now we have Moritz Taschner of Germany. Missed 285 kilos on his opener. It looked a little bit hard, but he got it up. He just unfortunately got called for downwards movement. So let's see if he can get it now on his second. In one clean upwards movement. Doesn't even need to be clean, just upwards. It would be such a shame to see him not get a bench in after such a fabulous performance on his squats. Projected a 1015 total already.
And he does it, yes.
There
Okay.
we go.
And I think that world record, no, I'm sorry, it's not a world record. His gold medal is secured.
Yeah, and his total. It's 3 white lights, a good lift. And as you said, he's secure now, at least until deadlifts with a total. And it's well worth opening light on his deadlifts just to secure that big win. That concludes our second attempts. We will move straight through now to the thirds. And as you can see where that leaves us heading into the thirds, it's going to be a tight battle in the 120 plus sub-juniors for that bench gold. We have Mohammed Salman of India, 175 kilos. Missed it on his second. Coming back for it now on his third. That was a nice looking third attempt, sorry, there. And 3 white lights, he redeems himself there on his third.
This is also a new personal best, followed by Kate Singh and Parash Philippe.
We have Jan Tuczynski of Poland, 175 kilos. 10-kilo jump. He made a whopping 65-kilo jump from his opener. Looking to add 10 extra kilos to that now. Still trying to close the gap between himself and Myers. Ooh, he fights it up. And I think there was no downwards movement there, and there wasn't. A good lift.
185 kilo on the bar. This is a new personal best for K1 Team Chinese Taipei. And the first place at the moment, and the bar is lower for K1 Team Chinese Taipei, 185 kilo, followed by Parash Philippe and Myers Kenneth.
We have Guanting Ke of Chinese Taipei now, 185 kilos. His opener and his second both moved incredibly quickly, and he's taken a super conservative jump. 5-kilo jump to his third now. Just looking to build that total and keep Myers far away from him.
It was a bit of work.
Yeah, actually, probably a sensible decision,
Yeah.
and it is a good lift. And you do see that with bench press. Some athletes, it looks good until it doesn't, and there's a really fast drop-off point. So he clearly knows himself very well and did a great job of attempt selection there.
Now this one is a very important one.
Yeah, we have Philippe Farage of Luxembourg. Missed 195 from both his opener and his second. Looking to get it now on his third, and should he miss this, he will be unable to post a total and compete, which is be such a shame as he is projected third overall in the 120 plus juniors. So let's see if he can come back into the race now.
Third time's the charm. Can he correct his mistake?
And
He's pushing.
fighting.
He's fighting. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No.
Unfortunately, he just can't do it today, which means he cannot post a total. And the door has been opened for Plashkonis of Slovakia to sneak onto that podium, with Vovchok of Ukraine not so far behind. We now have Kellen Myers of the United States. Missed 180 on his opener, got it on his second, has now jumped 20 kilos to 200. This will move into bench press gold in the sub-juniors, ahead of Ki. Can he lock it out? Just can't quite do it today, unfortunately. A tad too heavy, but still walks away with bench press silver.
I think that widens the gap enough for Key to stay in first place position all through the deadlifts. But now the gap has closed between Myers and Trzynski.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting fight until the end there. We now have Luke Mellon of the United States, 222.5 kilos.
Trying to increase his own personal best by 5 kilos.
And that is a good lift, a strong end to the bench press for Luke.
And he's happy with that one.
We have just 4 bench presses left before we move into a 10-minute break before the deadlifts. First up, we have Dominik Plashkonis of Slovakia, 232.5 kilos. Fights it up, one arm at a time, locks out. And 2-1, a good lift. Just a yellow call from the left-hand side referee there. Wondering if it was his glutes that lifted off of the bench. We can't quite see from that angle, but I'm sure the jury will be looking over it. is good for now. We have Dmitry Vovchok of Ukraine, 237.5 kilos for his final attempt. And if he gets this, he will move into bench press bronze. Also get those extra needed kilos to catch up to Plashkonis, who is currently in 3rd overall. Unfortunately, not quite there for him today, but a great effort nonetheless. And the gap slightly widens between him and Plashkonis, but nothing that's not catchable. We now have Piotr Masic of Poland, 250 kilos, already walks away with the bench press silver. This will extend his total by 10 kilos. And he's pretty comfortable where he is in overall silver on an island of his own.
Behind Tashner, which has also has an island of his own.
Ooh, and unfortunately not there today for Piotr. But as I said, he does not lose bench press silver or any placings overall. It's unlikely that he can be caught up with, as he is 60 kilos ahead of 3rd and over 100 kilos behind 1st. We have one final bench press now before we head into a 10-minute break before deadlifts, and it's Moritz Taschner of Germany. Missed 285 on his opener, came back and narrowly got it on his second, and now has jumped 10 kilos to 295 for his 3rd and final attempt. The crowd revs up as he steadies himself. 10 more kilos onto his already massive total that is building. Yeah, and unfortunately just a little bit too much for him today. His opener was hard and he didn't get it. He got it on his second and it still looked quite difficult in terms of weight. So a 10 kilo jumps I think would have been a bit too much for him today. But we finish up with bench press in all of the equipped competition now with just one session left of deadlifts. And in the 120 kilo sub-juniors, in bench press gold we have Gratian Piper of Poland. In silver we have Kale McDaniel of the United States. And in bronze we have Monish Chakravarti of India. In 120 plus kilo sub-junior we have Guanting K of Chinese Taipei in bench press gold. Kellen Myers of the United States in silver. And Jan Tuczynski of Poland in bronze. In the 120 kilo juniors we have Mark Dolenchko of Ukraine in gold. Chandler Loisha of the United States in silver, and Yichi Wu of Chinese Taipei in bronze. In the 120 plus kilo junior category, we have Moritz Taschner in bench press gold, followed by Piotr Macic of Poland in silver, and Dominik Plashkonis of Slovakia in bronze. We will be taking a 10-minute break now before deadlifts. Don't go anywhere and we will see you then.
The deadlift is the last movement of the powerlifting competition. On that movement, the lifter's whole body is used and put to the test. The athlete approaches the bar once the central referee calls bar loaded. He then has 1 minute
To start the lift.
In the conventional or sumo position, the athlete has to pull the barbell until his shoulders, hips, and knees are fully locked. Once that position is assumed by the lifter, the central referee will give the down command. The bar has to be lowered to the ground without the lifter being allowed to drop it until it touches the floor, which completes the lift. At the end of deadlift, the powerlifting total is made, which determines the winner and final placings. There are 4 main mistakes to avoid. First, not locking your shoulders, hips, or knees at the end of the movement. Second, not completing the lift with a single upward bar movement. Third, completing the lift hitching at the legs in order to allow you to do so. Fourth, dropping the bar after the central referee down command.
Hello and welcome back to the final deadlift session of the Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in Cluj-Napoca. I'm Emilia Potter, joined here today by Elias de Boek.
A wonderful afternoon, Amelia.
We have seen some very exciting lifting from the 120 and 120 pluses, and I'm sure deadlifts will be no exception. We can see here our first flight of lifters. In the running order, it will be the 120 kilo sub-juniors and the the 120 kilo sub-juniors and the 120 juniors. This will decide where everybody will end up on the podium and with what color medal. First out, we have Manish Chakravarti of India with 170 kilos. That's a nice looking opener there for Manish Chakravarti. And a good lift. We now have David Svel of Romania opening on 210 kilos.
This is 27.5 kilos below his personal best. And that was quick. It was a conservative opener.
And it is 3 white lights, a good lift. He needs to be sure that he guides the bar all the way down to the ground. He was just okay there, but any higher, he might have been in some trouble. We have Gratian Piper of Poland, 225 kilos for his opening attempt.
Only 5 kg shy of his personal best.
Projected in at second overall, but not too far behind first. And with that, I'm pretty sure, yep, 3 white lights. He's secured himself a total. That's going to be what's so important for a lot of these lifters in their opening deadlift. They are securing themselves a total overall. Kale McDaniel there, 240 kilos. And as you so rightly said, easy.
By Sloden for Russia, Chandler 247.5 kilo, followed by Helin and Sandai.
We have Chandler Loisha of the United States, opening on 247.5 kilos. Chandler walked away with the bench press silver.
And his coach is screaming big chest,
And
meaning he has to roll his shoulders back at lockout.
yeah, it's a good lift, and that makes me think that maybe he's had some lockout issues in the past, but he seems all good now.
By Sloden for 260 kilo for Helin Santeri Finland. This is a new personal best.
We have Santeri Halen of Finland, opening on 260 kilos.
Already 10 kg above his personal best, and he must have made a lot of progress in the gym.
265
And that is a good lift.
By Sloden for Sundai RS Chiam India 265 kilo, followed by Dolchenko and
We have Sham Sundar of India, opening on 265 kilos.
And that is 20 kilo below his personal best. Speedy.
Yeah, nice clean opener there and secures his total. There's just no point in risking it in your opening deadlift. Why fall at the final hurdle?
the bar is loaded for Dolchenko Mark Ukraine 280 kilo, followed by Roman and
We now have Mark Dolchenko of Ukraine opening on 280 kilos.
both at the moment
Only 10 kg shy of his personal best.
in deadlift and even first in total.
Currently projected second overall, just ahead of Chabina.
And he is on the board. 3 white lights, good lift. I was a bit fast in my decision.
Yeah, it definitely looked like a good lift, but we never want to say before the referees click those buttons. But luckily, it was a good lift.
South Africa 282.5 kilo, followed by Goline and Chervina. New personal best in deadlift and
Justin Furman of South Africa opening on 282.5 kilos. This is his current personal best.
And it was speedy off the ground.
And that is a good lift. The bar has a long way to go. He is a tall man.
kilo on the bar. His personal best is 297.5. By Sloden for Goline Dimitro Ukraine 282.5 kilo.
We now have Dmitro Holinay of Ukraine, 282.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
Let's see if he can move 15 kilos below his personal best. He sure can.
And that is a good lift. We have just 2 deadlift openers left to go.
By Sloden for Chervina Vasily, Kazakhstan 290 kilo, followed by Wu Yi Chiu and
We have Vasily Shabina of Kazakhstan opening on 290 kilos. Currently sat projected in 3rd place overall and is looking to keep that away from Holnai. And it is a good lift. Quickly snaps his toes back in there as to not drop all that weight on them.
Amelia, what is your opinion on knee sleeves during the deadlifts?
It's not against the rules. You know, some lifters do it because they have knee issues, some because they maybe want to mask some issues with soft knees, but the trade-off for them then is that the bar can get caught on it, so there are no freebies. We have Yichu Wu of Chinese Taipei opening on 310 kilos. Nice strong looking opener there.
That was the heaviest opener, and I think that was the easiest looking one.
Yeah, he seemed to be somewhat conservative all day, so I'm wondering if we're going to see him sweat here on deadlifts, or he's going to stay cool, calm and collected.
He's been having a great day so far.
And just like that, everybody has secured a total with their opening deadlifts, and we move straight through to second attempts to now grow the total as much as possible. Starting off with Monish Chakravarti of India, who's jumped 32.5 kilos to 202.5.
Straight to his personal best.
It's a little tricky, but he locks it out. And 2-1, a good lift. Just a blue call from the left-hand side referee there.
Would it be for soft lockout? His knees keep, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was for potentially assisted, because his knees kept going locked and unlocked, and that could have potentially looked as if it was helping.
Left, right, indeed.
But it stays as a good lift. We move on to David Svel of Romania, 222.5 kilos. Still looking super speedy there for David Svel. And it's a good lift. $232.5 kilos now for Gratian Pieper of Poland.
7.5 kilo jump from his opener. 2.5 more than his personal best. And that looked easy enough. 3 white lights, good lift.
We now have Kale McDaniel of the United States taking 250 kilos for his second attempt. Should he get this, he'll be leading by 27.5 kilos in the sub-juniors. Ooh, but it is work. And can he lock it out? Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. And that's a no lift. And that being his second attempt is a bit worrying, because that means that now only being 10 kilos ahead of Pieper of Poland, he can catch up. Of course, that is 10 kilos should Pieper get his next lift. Now
as you said, it leaves the door wide open.
Yeah, anything can happen, especially here in deadlifts. We have Chandler Loisha of the United States, 257.5 kilos. Remember last time his coach said big chest, which indicates perhaps that he has issues with lockout of his shoulders. So hopefully it's something he doesn't struggle with here in a second. He was fine on his first. 257.5 kilos. And it looks good from here.
It does. 3 white lights. Good lift.
We have Shyam Sundar of India, 280 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from his opener.
Only 5 kilos shy of his personal best. Can he make this move and still have some room for his third? And I think he has.
Yeah, that looked really nice. And it's a good lift, and that leaves a really good opportunity for him to add some extra kilos there on his third, which is a great place to be. We now have Santeri of Finland, 280 kilos, a 20 kilo jump from his opener.
A long way up, but he got it up nevertheless.
And it is a good lift. That was also a 20 kilo personal best for Santeri.
And the jump from the 6th to the 2nd place in deadlift. Total he has already at the moment the 2nd place.
We have Mark Dolshenko of Ukraine jumping 10 kilos to 290 for his second attempt.
He is trying to move second place in the deadlift event and defending his silver overall on the projected total. And I think he just did that.
And
He
2
did.
to 1, a good lift.
One blue. Let's see on the replay. I think it was for downward, but the bar came to a standstill, but I don't think it really went down.
It is a good lift nonetheless. We now have Justin Furman of South Africa jumping 17.5 kilos to his second attempt, trying to get 300 kilos. And it's a little bit of work, but he locks it out. And it is a good lift. Where to go from there now?
Maybe a smaller increment than his first to second.
Yeah, I completely agree. Maybe even 5 kilos if he wants to play it safe and add to that total. Perhaps 7.5. We have Vasily Chabana of Kazakhstan, 302.5 kilos.
Unfortunately, he lost balance. His knees were locked before he could lean back, and he couldn't get it in his groove.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has a really wide sumo stance and he kind of leans onto his toes, and it just means that when the weight gets heavier, he's struggling to get it back, and instead his body tips him forward. So hopefully something he can fix there on his third.
And as we discussed previously, I don't think the knee sleeves help him with getting the bar over his knees.
We have Dmytro Holine of Ukraine, 302.5 kilos. And a nice, tidy attempt.
That was a very good looking second attempt.
Yeah, it was a 20 kilo jump from his first.
So what you reckon for his third then?
I think maybe 7.5 to 10 would be smart. He's in a pretty good place now around the podium. I think he has the advantage of pulling last. So a good opportunity there as he won't catch up with Wu. We have Yiqi Wu of the Chinese Taipei now, 330 kilos for his second attempt. He's been so cool, calm and collected all day. And his attempts have reflected that. Yeah, and that second is no different.
And he has displayed a wonderful bit of lifting today. I think he's 8 for 8.
Yeah, and he's doing a fantastic job of building the total. He's in a place now where I'm almost certain that he is uncatchable by the lifter below him. And maybe even can take a 27.5 kilo jump to have a stab at that 1,000 kilo total. We now move into our third and final attempts of this first flight of lifters. Kicking us off, we have Monish Chakravarti of India, taking a 17.5 kilo jump to 220 for his final attempt. But unfortunately, I think it's just a little bit too heavy for him today. Does not lose position or placing.
And it's the last attempt for David, so we can't hear he's here from Romania.
We now have David Svel of Romania jumping 20 kilos to his final attempt for 242.5. His second still looked relatively easy for him. This won't change his position overall or in the deadlifts. To get over a 600 kilo total. One last pull of the day.
Interesting to see he's jumping 20 kilos after a 12.5 kilo jump. But it was still fairly easy. And this is why. Very explosive. A bit atypical for a sumo. Usually it's more slow off of the floor and then it's faster lockout. But look, 3 white lights, a good lift.
His best to 67.5.
We now have Kale McDaniel of the United States. Missed 250 on his second, is hoping to get it now on his third. He's currently sitting in first in deadlift and overall, and this will just secure that with no doubt. Unfortunately, just too heavy today. And I was wondering if Gratian Piper would put in a Hail Mary lift, and it looks like he has. He has nothing to lose. He's already in deadlift silver. He's already in silver overall. And now he has jumped to 250 kilos in an attempt to take over from Cale McDaniels. A Hail Mary lift to finish the day strong in first place. Can he do it?
And it didn't look like that much of a Hail Mary to me.
No, they looked like there was no risk whatsoever, almost like they were waiting for the moment to do so. And he walks away your new sub-junior world champion in the 120s. On body weight. Incredible last pull there. And that is what we love to see here in deadlifts. We now have Chandler Loisha of the United States, 267.5 kilos for his final deadlift of the day.
And he is keeping his big chest.
And that looks strong. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a strong end to the day. He's already in silver place overall, and this will put him onto the podium in deadlifts for bronze for the time being. Mark Dolzhenko of Ukraine, 300 kilos.
It is a fight. It's a big fight, and ooh, unfortunately, it was too big of a fight. He missed his third, Dolzhenko. And he leaves the door open.
And a jump to the bronze medal in deadlift.
We now have Santeri Halen of Finland jumping another 20 kilos to 300 kilos.
200 kilo, followed by Champina and Sunda. He's fighting for the bronze medal. Come on, give big hand here for the lifter.
Fights through really well, has kept form. It's looked the same every single time. The only thing that has changed is the speed and the weight, and it is a good lift.
Yeah, his technique hasn't changed at all throughout his lifting. And that is what you want to see.
We now have Vasily Cherbina of Kazakhstan re-attempting 302.5 kilos for his final attempt, and this will pull him into silver position in the deadlift for the time being. Manages to not tip over this time. And it is a good lift.
That's a new personal best, and the bar is loaded for Sunda RS Chiang India. Fight for the bronze medal. And a new personal best. Now the bar is loaded for Sunda RS Chiang. Followed by Foreman and Golinek.
A 22.5 kilo jump for Shyam Sundar of India, and this will put him into deadlift bronze for the time being, with Furman, Holiday and Wu to follow. Wow, a great fight, but unfortunately loses grip and it's a bit too heavy. We've had an attempt change. We've had Justin Furman of South Africa move down 2.5 kilos to 305 in an attempt to get himself a deadlift silver medal. And should he get this, he will at least secure himself a bronze medal in deadlifts. So just 5 kilos more than his second attempt to get himself a silver medal in the deadlifts. Wow, a great effort from Justin Furman and a good lift. He is going to be walking away with a deadlift medal, the color of which comes down only now to Dmytro Holinai of Ukraine.
And a new personal best.
Our penultimate deadlift of the 120s, Dmytro Holinai of Ukraine, jumping 22.5 kilos to 325, not only to pull himself into silver medal in the deadlifts, but bronze overall. This will pull him ahead into bronze medal overall. Wow, it is still going. He locks it out, and the referees say 2-1, a good lift. He pulls ahead of Shabina and onto the podium. We have one deadlift left of the 120s before we move straight through to the 120 plus. And it is a big one. We have Yi Chu Wu of Chinese Taipei jumping 20 kilos again to 350. Already walking away with gold place overall in deadlift and in squat.
Very nice looking deadlift. What do the referees say? Good lift, 3 white lights.
And ends on a huge 992.5 kilo total. A fantastic effort. And walks away your 120 kilo junior equipped world champion. And you can see where that leaves us in the standings very quickly here before we head into the 120 plus. And you don't have much time to catch your breath because we head straight into it. Luke Mellon of the United States opening on 175 kilos. And that is a good lift. Seems to be deadlifting in a normal singlet rather than a deadlift suit.
Yeah, and that is 100 kilos beneath his personal best of 275.
Now have Kellen Myers of the United States opening on 200 kilos. Looks like Mellon has not put in a second or third and has chosen to not deadlift anymore, so perhaps he's injured of sorts. Strong looking opener from Kellen and a good lift. He has secured his total.
By Slovak for Wovchuk Dimitro, Ukraine, 225 kilo, followed by K1T and Ustinsky.
Dmitry Vovchuk of Ukraine, 225 kilos for his opening attempt. His stance as wide as it could be there.
Locks it out perfectly. 3 white lights, good lift.
270 kilo on the back. This is the same as the personal best. The bar is low for K1 Team Chinese Taipei, 230 kilo, followed by Trujinski and plus
230 kilos now on the bar for Guanting K of Chinese Taipei. Opening on his current deadlift PB.
Very nice looking opener. And with that, he has secured his leading position in the totals.
Yeah, a lot would have to happen for somebody to catch up with him there. He is 52.5 kilos in front. We have Jan Tuczynski of Poland opening on 230 kilos. The gap, however, between Tuczynski and Myers is not impossible. So the fights for silver will be on. A nice solid opener from Tuczynski and a good lift.
by Slovak for plus Polish Dominik, Slovakia, 250 kilo.
Dominik Plashgonis of Slovakia opening on 250 kilos.
Very easy.
Yeah, makes light work of it, and it is a good lift.
265 kilo on the back. By Slöder for Salman Mohammed, India, 265 kilo.
Mohammed Salman of India, 265 kilos for his opening attempt.
25 kilos beneath his personal best. Makes easy work of that.
And it is a good lift.
270 kilo on the back. His personal best is 290.
We now have Philippe Parage of Luxembourg. Unfortunately, was unable to post a bench press, so cannot compete overall, but can still compete for individual medals. And he cannot post a total. We have 270 kilos on the bar for Philippe.
20 kg to go if he wants to match his personal best. And I think that was a good one. 3 white lights, good lift, and he might take a stab at his own personal best.
Loaded from Marcin Piotr from Poland, 270 kilo, followed by Tashna and Majas.
Piotr Macic of Poland opening on 270 kilos.
Which is only 5 kilos shy of his personal best of 275.
Lovely speedy opener and a good lift. We now have our heaviest opener of our deadlifts. He also opened heaviest in both squat and bench. Moritz Tachner of Germany, 325 kilos. With this, he will secure his total already well above 1,000 kilos.
Very easy.
Yeah, and with ease, he secures his total. 3 white lights. And now he can grow it even further. He's also secured his title with that, as he is in an incredible lead of over 100 kilos.
About 160 kilos ahead of the second place, Marges.
We have our second attempts beginning now with Kellen Myers of the United States, 215 kilos.
That is a good lift, 2-1. 1 red light from the left side referee for insufficient lockout.
Yeah, a red on a deadlift is failure to complete the lift. That would have been for insufficient lockout. But it remains a good lift. 240 kilos now for Guanting Qi of Chinese Taipei.
That's a new personal best, followed by Tuchinski and Kovchuk. Already on the first place in deadlift momentum.
Makes easy work of his second attempt. Already 10 kilos above his personal best.
This is a new personal best. The jump from the second to the first place in deadlift, and from the third to the second in total for the moment. By Slovan for Tuchinski.
247.5 kilos for Jan Tuczynski of Poland, a 17.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Three white lies, good lift. And with that, he keeps creeping closer to Chizninski.
In total, it will be a jump from the fourth to the third place for the moment. And the bar is loaded for both Dimitro Ukraine, 250 kilo, new personal best, followed by Plaskonis and Sanchez.
Dmitry Vovchok of Ukraine, 250 kilos, a 25 kilo jump from his opener.
$25 kilo jump from his opener.
Still seems to be moving relatively well. And it is a good lift. Dominik Plaskonis of Slovakia jumping 22.5 kilos to 272.5 for his second attempt.
Come on, Dominic.
Just struggling a bit there at the lockout. And 2-1, a no lift, unfortunately. Yeah, you can see as he gets to the top there, he's really fighting for that lockout. Unfortunately, can't quite get there. I think there was some downwards movement in there, which is why he got the blues.
That's 10 kilo below his personal best on the jump at the moment from the fourth to the second place in deadlift.
Mohammed Salman of India, 280 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from his opener.
Ooh.
Just slips out of his hand there, and I think maybe just a bit too heavy. Have a look at that again there on the replay.
Yeah, it was going slow, but very steadily. And then right around the lockout, he just let go.
Yeah, I think he lost balance a little bit and it started slipping. 282.5 kilos for Philippe Parage of Luxembourg.
And that was just as easy as an opener. There was a 12.5 kilo jump, so you reckon maybe the same to his third?
Maybe a 10. I think he, after bench, would probably want to securely get 3 deadlifts and maybe play on the safer side of things there. Piotr Marcic of Poland jumping 20 kilos to 290. This will bring him into the silver medal for deadlifts, heading into third attempts. Gold is out of reach, held by Tachner.
Speedy, snappy lookout.
And a good lift. We now have our heaviest deadlifter of this session, Moritz Tachner of Germany, jumping 27.5 kilos to his second attempt to 352.5. This is a huge jump, but not unreasonable here in the 120 plus category.
Als winner for Tachner winning Germany, 252.5 kilo, followed by Mayas and
352.5, just 5 kilos shy of his best ever deadlift. And it's still moving very well for Moritz.
That
Three
did
white
not-
lights.
That did not slow him down that much.
And that was 27.5 kilos. I'm wondering what he's going to do there for his third. And we won't have to wait for long to find out, as they're putting it in now. And just before we head into third attempts, you can see our standings leading into it in the 120 plus categories. First out, we have Kellen Myers of the United States, jumping 17.5 kilos to 232.5. This will pull him into silver place overall. Wow, and it is speedy. Can he lock it out? I'm not so certain. 2 to 1, a good lift. He does. A blue from the side referee, and let's watch that. Oh, unfortunately, the jury has overruled that to a no lift, and my concerns there were made true. So unfortunately, he stays in third place overall. We now have our winner of the sub-junior 120 pluses already, Guanting K of the Chinese Taipei, 250 kilos for his third and final attempt. This will pull him into deadlift gold for the time being, with Duchinski of Poland to follow.
Looks great. Three white lights, good lift.
Amazing day for Kay there, and as it stands, he is holding the gold squat, bench, deadlift and overall medal, and we've had an attempt change. 252.5 kilos has been put in from Jan Tuczynski of Poland, down from 257, and this, I imagine, will be to secure the deadlift gold and snatch it away from Kay. A 5 kilo jump from his second. His last lift of the day, Jan Tuczynski of Poland, to pull him into deadlift gold, 252.5 kilos.
And one more time, a reminder for the sub-juniors and junior -120. Please be ready for the medal ceremony as we go immediately ahead with the medals.
And he locks it out. It is a good lift, and he takes the deadlift gold away from Kay.
This is your new personal best. Jump from the 6th to the 4th place in deadlift and already on the 3rd place in contact.
We have just 6 deadlifts remaining before we conclude the equipped sub-junior and junior powerlifting championships here in Cluj-Napoca. And first up, we have Dmytro Vovchok of Ukraine, jumping 22.5 kilos for his final attempt. His final lift of the competition, Dmytro Vovchok, 272.5 kilos. He is sitting in 3rd place overall. Should he get this, it'll be a hard reach for Plashkonis to catch up. Ooh, but unfortunately it's just a bit too heavy for him, which means that Plashkonis is going to walk away with the bronze medal overall should he get his next lift. All lies on that one deadlift, and you're not going to have to wait long to see it, as here he is, Dominik Plashkonis of Slovakia, missed 272.5 kilos on his second, attempting it now on his third. It will pull him into 4th overall for deadlifts, but more importantly, bronze overall ahead of Vovchok. This lift will determine who is on the podium, Ukraine or Slovakia. And it seems to lock out. Are the referees happy with it? 3 white lights, a good lift, and he ends up bronze overall. And he steps onto the podium ahead of Vovchok. We now have Mohammed Salman of India retaking 280 kilos for his final attempt. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy today for Salman.
This is the new personal best and the new Luxembourg record.
We now have Philippe Perage of Luxembourg attempting 300 kilos for a personal best, and I've just heard as well for a Luxembourg record on his final attempt. This will also give him deadlift silver for the time being.
Luxembourg 300 kilo, new national record attempt for followed by Marquez and Taschner. Come on, die Deutschen, wie sind Unterstützung hier? Alle hier, du bist da.
He is hyped up and ready to give this his best shot. Unfortunately, does not break the ground. Just too heavy today, unfortunately, for Philippe. But a good try anyway. Just 2 deadlifts left to go of the Equipped Championships. First up, we have Piotr Macic of Poland attempting 300 kilos. Already has the deadlift silver and silver place overall. But to end the day on a big milestone of 300 kilos. Let's see if he can get this.
And the second place already in deadlift and in total, followed by Taschner Moritz.
Wow, still moving well for Piotr. And a good lift, a very strong end to the day, and a huge milestone lift there.
365 kilo, third place der Bestwetter. Das ist die Bestleistung für den Moritz mit 365 Kilo im Kreuzheben und ich denke auch, dass das die Bestleistung im Gesamten.
Now our final deadlift of the session. Our biggest deadlift of the session. And a fantastic way to close the 2023 IPF World Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships before starting off the Classic Championships at 5 o'clock local time. We have Moritz Taschner of Germany. 365 kilos. Moritz Taschner, 365 kilos. Breaks the ground and wow, locks it out with some left to go in the tank. 3 white lights, a good lift, and ending on a 1,055 kilo total. And what an end to the Equipped Championships there. Thank you so much for joining us. Very quickly, we have in the 120 plus sub-juniors in gold place, Guan Ting-K of Chinese Taipei, who also walks away with squat gold. In silver, Jan Tuczynski of Poland, and in bronze, Kellen Myers of the United States. In the 120 plus junior, we have Moritz Taschner with a huge 1,055 kilo total in gold, followed by Piotr Macic of Poland in silver and Dominik Pleszkonis of Slovakia in bronze. Thank you so much for joining us the last few days. We will have more exciting powerlifting to come starting at 5 p.m. local time. Catch us in 15 minutes for the first classic session of the championships. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick medal ceremony. Catch you soon.
Congratulations everyone. We're heading now for the plus 120 category for the juniors and juniors. We're starting out with the medals for the attempts, and we start with Kuzanski Jan from Poland for the third place in squats with 280 kilograms. Next one for the second place, Karen Mayers from the United States with 307.5 kilograms for the silver medal. And the first place, Kate Wan Ting from the Chinese Taipei with 340 kilograms for world champion in squats in plus 120 category for sub-juniors. Congratulations, and let's start the ceremony for bench press. We'll have Swiński Ian from Poland for the third place and bronze medal with 175 kilograms. We'll have Karen Mayers from the United States for the second place and silver medal with 180 kilograms. And we'll have Kate Wan Ting from the Chinese Taipei for the first place
Unexpected for me.
and gold medal.
Unexpected Taipei and
Mayers Gallen second place, silver medal.
the other is
Kate Wan Ting first place, gold medal in squats. In bench press. Congratulations, and let's prepare for the deadlift ceremony. And for the 10th place, we have Mayers Gallen from the United States for the bronze medal. We have Kate Wan Ting from the Chinese Taipei for the second medal. And we have Kuzinski Ian from Poland for the gold medal and best deadlift in 120 plus kilograms sub-juniors category this year. And now we're heading for the total ceremony. And we'll start with Kellen Mayers from the United States for the third place and bronze medal. Ian Kuzinski from Poland for the second place and silver medal. And Kate Wan Ting for the first place and gold medal and the world champion of plus 120 kilograms sub-juniors category. Please stand up for the Chinese Taipei national anthem. Luxembourg. Please welcome on the third place for the bronze medal. We have Piotr Mariasz from Poland on the second place. And Moritz Daschner from Germany for the first place in squats on the plus 120 kilograms juniors category.
I made at least 20.
Congratulations, we're heading next for the bench press ceremony. And we'll have Blaskonis Dominik from Slovakia for the third place and bronze medal. We'll have Piotr Mariasz from Poland for the second place and silver medal. And here we are with Moritz Daschner from Germany for the gold medal and the best bench press in 120 plus kilograms juniors category in 2023 World Champions inclusion. Congratulations, and please start with the deadlift ceremony where we have Parash Philippe from Luxembourg on the third place with the bronze medal with 282.5 kilograms. Second place, Piotr Mariasz with 300 kilograms and silver medal. And finally, gold medal with Moritz Daschner from Germany with 365 kilograms. Congratulations, and we'll move next for the total ceremony. I will start with Blaskonis Dominik from Slovakia on the third place and bronze medal.